Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the deepest dungeons of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where even the ghosts feared to float, Sebastian Nightshade's lantern cast dancing shadows against ancient stone walls slick with centuries of dampness. As the young caretaker made his nightly rounds, his footsteps echoed through corridors that hadn't felt human presence in decades. Sebastian preferred it this way. The quiet solitude of forgotten passages suited him better than the bustling halls above. That night, however, the silence carried an unusual weight. His magical lantern flickered erratically, its enchanted flame struggling against an unseen force that seemed to draw the light away. Sebastian paused, holding his breath as he listened to something that wasn't quite sound more like the memory of whispers, carried on the edge of thought. The corridor ahead branched into three paths, and from the rightmost passage came a faint silvery glow that shouldn't have been there. Sebastian knew every inch of these dungeons, every crack and crevice, every hidden alcove and sealed chamber. This light was new, and in Hogwarts, new things in old places were rarely benign. His cautious steps led him to a circular chamber he'd never seen before, its walls lined with mirrors of various sizes and shapes. Their frames were crafted from dark metal, worked into intricate patterns of serpents and ravens, their glass surfaces rippling like liquid silver in the dim light. But what caught Sebastian's attention wasn't the mirrors themselves, it was what they showed. Instead of his own reflection, each mirror displayed a different scene from what appeared to be Hogwarts, but not quite the Hogwarts he knew. In one, the great hall's floating candles burned with black flame. In another, students practiced spells that made Sebastian's skin crawl, their faces alight with dark excitement. This was Hogwarts, as it might have been a place where the darkness wasn't feared or forbidden, but embraced. As he stepped closer to examine a particularly large mirror framed in twisted silver thorns, a movement caught his eye. A student, Evelyn Cross, a sixth-year Ravenclaw, stood frozen before one of the mirrors, her hand reaching out to touch its surface. "Miss Cross," Sebastian called out, but before he could reach her, her fingers brushed the glass. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water, and Evelyn vanished. Panic gripped Sebastian's chest as he rushed to the mirror, but all he could see was Evelyn's reflection, smiling back at him with an expression that seemed subtly wrong. Then she turned and walked away, disappearing into the reflection's version of Hogwarts. Over the next few weeks, Sebastian noticed subtle changes in the students who had returned after disappearing into the mirrors. Evelyn Cross no longer spent hours in the library. Instead, she was often found in the restricted section, studying texts on the darkest aspects of magic. Thomas Fletcher, a gentle Hufflepuff who had vanished for 2 days, returned with a cruel glint in his eyes and an unsettling knowledge of curse magic. Only Madame Nora, Sebastian's faithful feline companion, seemed to sense the truth. The tortoiseshell cat would hiss and arch her back whenever the changed students passed by. One evening, as Sebastian watched Nora react to yet another transformed student, he noticed something extraordinary in the cat's eyes. He could see the altered students' true forms, flickering like bad television reception between their familiar appearances and something darker, more sinister. Further investigation of the mirror chamber revealed ancient runes carved into the stone floor, partially hidden beneath centuries of grime. With the help of a translation guide borrowed from the library, Sebastian discovered a chilling truth. The mirrors were portals, created by a group of dark wizards from a parallel dimension, where Hogwarts had fallen to the dark arts generations ago. They were slowly replacing students and staff with their darker counterparts, orchestrating a silent invasion that would transform Hogwarts into a stronghold of dark magic. The question of how to stop them tormented Sebastian. He couldn't go to the staff. How could he know which professors had already been replaced? But as he spent more time observing the changed students with Madame Nora's help, he noticed something crucial. The imposters couldn't perfectly replicate their counterparts' magical signatures. Their spells, while powerful, carried a distinct distortion that Madame Nora could sense. Working in secret, Sebastian began developing a detection charm that mimicked Madame Nora's ability to see through the imposters' disguises. It took weeks of trial and error, countless nights spent in the restricted section researching revelation spells and magical signatures. Finally, he created a modified version of the Hominum Revelio spell that would reveal the true nature of the mirror world doubles. But knowing who had been replaced wasn't enough. Sebastian needed to find a way to bring back the original students and seal the portals. The answer came from an unexpected source: the castle itself. Hogwarts, as all students learned, was more than just a building. It was semi-sentient, with its own kind of awareness and magic. When Sebastian pressed his hand against the ancient stones near the mirror chamber, he could feel the castle's magic recoiling from the foreign presence of the portals. With Madame Nora as his guide and the castle's magic responding to his touch, Sebastian began a dangerous game of cat and mouse. During the day, he maintained his role as the unassuming caretaker, watching and waiting. At night, he worked to strengthen the castle's natural defenses, using its own magic to slowly restrict the mirror's power. The mirror world inhabitants soon realized something was wrong. Students and staff from their dimension could no longer cross over, and those already present began to weaken, their disguises flickering more frequently. In their desperation, they launched their final gambit, a ritual designed to permanently merge the two dimensions, forcing their reality onto Hogwarts. The night of their attempt, Sebastian was ready. As the imposters gathered in the mirror chamber, channeling dark magic through the portals, Sebastian enacted his own plan. Using his knowledge of the castle's secret passages and the trust he'd built with its ancient magic, he redirected the power of Hogwarts' foundational wards through the mirror chamber. The resulting magical backlash was spectacular. The mirrors cracked and shattered, each broken piece showing a fleeting glimpse of the dark dimension before going dark. The imposters were pulled back through the failing portals, and in their place, the original students and staff began reappearing, dazed but unharmed. In the aftermath, as the last pieces of mirror turned to dust, Sebastian found himself facing a changed Hogwarts, but this time, for the better. The castle's magic had grown stronger, more resistant to dark influences. The returned students and staff, while shaken by their experience, brought back valuable insights about the importance of vigilance and the true cost of embracing darkness. And if anyone thought it strange that Sebastian Nightshade, the quiet caretaker, now held a position of respect among Hogwarts staff, or that his tortoiseshell cat seemed to command unusual deference in the halls, well, that was just another mystery in a castle full of secrets. But late at night, in the deepest dungeons where even ghosts fear to float, Sebastian still makes his rounds, watchful for any signs of rippling silver surfaces or whispers from another world. After all, in Hogwarts, eternal vigilance is more than just a motto, it's a necessity. Story 2: The ancient shelves of Hogwarts library held secrets in their shadows, whispers in their dust, and on this particular autumn evening, they held something more, something that stirred when Lyra Moonweaver's enchanted lantern cast its light upon their weathered spines. The young librarian's assistant paused in her task of cataloging a newly discovered collection, her breath catching as she noticed a faint shimmer, like starlight on water, dancing across the leather-bound tomes before her. These books had appeared mysteriously during the library's renovation, discovered in a hidden alcove that seemed to exist between the walls themselves. They were beautiful in an unsettling way, covers bound in material that felt like silk but looked like liquid moonlight, pages that seemed to whisper when turned, and text that shifted beneath her gaze like schools of silvery fish. As Lyra lifted the first volume, its pages fell open of their own accord, and words began to arrange themselves before her eyes, in the time before time, when magic was wild and dreams walked among the living. There were those who wove reality from imagination, the dream weavers. That night, in her small chambers near the library, Lyra couldn't sleep. The words from the book echoed in her mind, painting vivid images of ancient beings who existed in the space between thought and form. When she finally drifted off, her dreams were filled with impossible colors and shapes that seemed to pulse with her own inner light. She awoke to chaos. Students were reporting strange occurrences throughout the castle, spells producing unexpected results, ordinary objects transforming into fantastic creatures that disappeared like morning mist, and most disturbing of all, dreams that seemed to persist even after waking. A first-year Gryffindor's nightmare had manifested as a flock of shadow-winged birds that now nested in the rafters of the Great Hall. A Hufflepuff's dream of flight had resulted in students randomly levitating during their morning classes. In her search for answers, Lyra returned to the mysterious books. Each volume revealed more about the dream weavers, beings of pure magic who had once served as bridges between the realm of dreams and the waking world. According to the texts, they had been allies of the first wizards, helping to shape and stabilize magic itself. But as wizardkind developed more structured ways of channeling magic, the dream weavers were seen as too unpredictable, too dangerous. They were eventually trapped within specially created vessels, the very books Lyra had discovered. A movement caught her eye, and she turned to find herself face to face with a portrait she'd never noticed before. The figure within, a tall, elegant woman with silver hair and eyes like captured starlight, regarded her with an unblinking gaze. Unlike the other portraits in Hogwarts, this one didn't introduce itself or engage in casual conversation. It simply watched, its eyes following Lyra's movements with unsettling intensity. As the days passed, the dreams grew stronger. Students began sleepwalking through impossible feats of magic, their unconscious minds tapping into powers they couldn't control while awake. The portrait remained silent, but Lyra often caught glimpses of its occupant nodding or shaking her head as if responding to her thoughts. The breaking point came during a particularly vivid collective dream that swept through Ravenclaw Tower. The entire house dreamed of flight, not on broomsticks, but as creatures of wind and light. When they awoke, the tower had transformed into a crystalline spire that reached impossibly high into the sky, its walls transparent as air yet solid as diamond. Finally, the portrait spoke. "They're waiting," it said simply, its voice like wind through crystal chimes. The dream weavers remember their alliance with wizardkind. They wish to renew it, but they need someone who understands both worlds, someone who can dream with open eyes. The portrait, Lyra learned, contained the essence of Celeste Dreamwhisper, one of the last wizards to work with the dream weavers before their imprisonment. She had preserved herself in portrait form, watching through centuries for someone who could understand the delicate balance between structured magic and wild dreams. With Celeste's guidance, Lyra began to understand that the books weren't prisons but bridges, and the dream weavers weren't trying to escape, they were trying to teach. The chaos in the castle wasn't random. It was the magic of dreams seeking harmony with the magic of wizards, like two streams merging into a river. The solution, when it came to her, was elegantly simple. During a full moon, when the barrier between dreams and reality was thinnest, Lyra gathered the affected students in the library. Under Celeste's instruction, they performed an ancient ritual that didn't seek to banish or control the dream weavers, but to synchronize with them. The air filled with shimmering threads of light as dream magic and wizard magic intertwined. The dream weavers emerged from their books, not as the fearsome creatures of legend, but as beings of pure possibility, shifting forms of light and shadow that danced through the library like aurora borealis, given purpose and thought. Through their communion, a new understanding was reached. The dream weavers would remain within their books, but not as prisoners. They would serve as teachers and guides, helping selected students learn to navigate the realm between dreams and reality. In return, they would once again have a connection to the waking world, their magic enriching and being enriched by the structured spells of wizard kind. Hogwarts changed after that night. The library gained a new section, carefully monitored and accessible only to those who showed both the ability and the wisdom to work with dream magic. Lyra became its guardian, working alongside Celeste's portrait to guide new generations in the delicate art of dream weaving. And if visitors to the library sometimes glimpsed impossible colors shifting between the shelves, or heard whispered stories in languages that existed only in dreams, well, that was simply another layer of magic in a castle already filled with wonders. For in the space between sleeping and waking, between imagination and reality, the dream weavers had found their place once again, adding their ancient magic to the ever-evolving tapestry of Hogwarts. The books still sit on their shelves, their covers still shimmer like liquid moonlight, and sometimes, if you listen carefully in the quiet hours of the library, you might hear them whisper stories of their own tales of a time when dreams walked among the living, and of the young librarian who helped bridge the gap between two worlds of magic. Story 3. Professor Cassandra Ravencroft stood frozen before the enchanted window in her tower classroom, her teacup hovering halfway to her lips as she watched time fracture before her eyes. The sunset she'd been admiring had suddenly split into 3 distinct evenings, one where storm clouds roiled across the horizon, another where snow fell upward toward a violet sky, and a third where twin moons cast their pallid light over Hogwarts grounds. The visions had been growing stronger over the past weeks. At first, they were mere glimpses, a student walking backward through a corridor, the great hall experiencing breakfast and dinner simultaneously, hourglasses in her classroom running sideways. But this was different. The fabric of time itself was beginning to unravel around the ancient castle. That night, unable to sleep, Cassandra wandered the portrait-lined corridors of Hogwarts. The painted figures whispered as she passed, their voices a cascade of overlapping conversations that seemed to echo from different times. One portrait in particular caught her attention, a severe-looking wizard with silver-streaked hair and eyes that seemed to hold galaxies within their depths. Unlike the others, he watched her in complete silence. "You see it too, don't you?" The portrait finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The fractures in time. They're returning the consequences of our hubris." The portrait introduced himself as Cronius Vale, once a member of a secret society within Hogwarts, known as the Temporal Conclave. Centuries ago, they had conducted experiments with time magic far beyond the capabilities of mere time turners. Their goal had been to unlock the deepest mysteries of time itself, to understand and perhaps control the very flow of temporal energy, that pulls through the castle's ancient stones. As Cassandra listened, her own visions began to make terrifying sense. The Conclave's experiments had nearly torn reality apart, creating temporal wounds that threatened to shatter the present into countless divergent timelines. They had managed to seal the breaches, but at a terrible cost, binding their own consciousness into portraits to serve as eternal guardians, watching for signs that their failures might one day return to haunt the school. "The seals are weakening," Cronius explained, his painted face grave. "The temporal energy we contained is seeking release, and when it finds it, he didn't need to finish the thought." Cassandra's visions had shown her the possible futures, thousands of them, each more catastrophic than the last. Over the following days, Cassandra and Cronius worked together to understand the nature of the temporal disturbances. Other portrait-bound members of the Conclave began to reveal themselves, each sharing pieces of the puzzle. They had hidden their research in various times throughout the castle's history, using temporal folds to conceal their most dangerous discoveries. The signs of temporal decay grew worse. Students reported meeting themselves in corridors, some older, some younger, some from timelines where they had been sorted into different houses. The Hogwarts ghosts began experiencing their deaths again and again, trapped in loops of their final moments. In the library, books switched between different editions mid-page, their contents shifting between past and future versions. Through her growing connection to the castle's temporal currents, Cassandra began to perceive the true scope of the crisis. Hogwarts wasn't just a school, it was a temporal nexus, a point where the threads of time naturally converged. The founders had chosen this location precisely because of these properties, building their school atop a well of temporal energy that enhanced their magic in ways long forgotten. The Conclave's experiments had sought to tap into this well, to harness its power. Instead, they had cracked its foundations, and now those cracks were spreading. Each temporal disturbance was like a tremor preceding an earthquake that could tear apart not just Hogwarts, but the very timeline in which it existed. The solution, when Cassandra finally understood it, was both elegant and terrible. The portraits of the Conclave hadn't just preserved their members' appearances and personalities, they had captured the essence of their temporal magic, creating anchors that helped stabilize the flow of time around the castle. But as the centuries passed, their power had gradually weakened. To prevent temporal collapse, someone would need to take their place, someone with the ability to perceive and channel temporal energy. Someone like Cassandra. The ritual took place in the highest tower of Hogwarts, as multiple timelines threatened to converge into chaos. Guided by the Conclave's portraits, Cassandra used her gift of foresight to reach out to the castle's temporal well. But instead of trying to control or contain its power as the Conclave had done, she sought to understand it, to become one with its rhythms and flows. The tower room filled with swirling temporal energy, moments from throughout Hogwarts history flowing around her like a river of light and shadow. She saw the founders raising the castle's first stones, witnessed countless sortings and celebrations, observed thousands of students learning and growing within these walls. And she understood time wasn't meant to be controlled, but guided, like a gardener tending to a wild but beautiful garden. As the temporal energies reached their peak, Cassandra made her choice. Rather than binding herself to a portrait, she opened herself to the flow of time, becoming a living bridge between past, present, and future. The temporal disturbances throughout the castle began to calm, the fractured timelines slowly weaving themselves back into a single, stable thread. In the aftermath, Hogwarts changed in subtle but significant ways. The portrait of Cronius Vale now hung in the divination classroom, alongside a new edition, a painting that sometimes showed Cassandra Ravencroft as she was, and sometimes as she would be, her eyes filled with the same galactic depths as her predecessors. She still taught divination, but her lessons now went far beyond tea leaves and crystal balls. She helped students understand their place in time's grand tapestry, teaching them to respect its flows and currents rather than seeking to master them. The temporal well beneath the castle continued to pulse with power, but now it was gentled, guided by a keeper who understood that time, like magic itself, was not a force to be controlled, but a mystery to be honored and preserved. And in quiet moments, when the evening light slanted just so through the tower windows, students sometimes reported seeing multiple versions of their professor past, present, and future overlapping like echoes of a song that had always been playing, and would play forever through the timeless halls of Hogwarts. Story 4. The Forbidden Forest held many secrets beneath its ancient canopy, but none quite like what Professor Marcus Silvermane discovered on that misty autumn morning. The ground beneath his feet had given way unexpectedly, revealing a chamber that time itself seemed to have forgotten. There, suspended in a massive piece of magical amber, was a dragon's egg unlike any he had ever encountered in his years of studying magical creatures. The egg gleamed with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat, its surface swirling with patterns that seemed to shift and change as he watched. The amber that encased it wasn't the usual fossilized tree resin. It radiated magical energy, so potent that Marcus could feel it humming in his bones. As the Care of Magical Creatures professor carefully extracted the amber-encased egg from its resting place, he noticed ancient runes carved into the chamber's walls. Though worn by centuries, they still held traces of magic that made them glow faintly in the dim light. One sequence in particular caught his eye. Guardian bound, secrets kept, until pure blood seeks to corrupt what sleeping lies. The discovery caused quite a stir at Hogwarts. Students pressed their faces against the windows of Marcus's office, trying to catch a glimpse of the mysterious egg. Scholars from across the magical world sent owls requesting information. But something about the warning in those runes made Marcus hesitate to share too much. His caution proved warranted when the egg began to change. The amber surrounding it started to dissolve, not gradually, but in deliberate patterns, as if responding to some unseen signal. And as it did, Marcus noticed strange occurrences throughout the castle. Students from old, pureblood families seemed drawn to his office, their eyes glazed in movements puppet-like, as if responding to an ancient compulsion. Late one night, as Marcus studied the egg, he witnessed something extraordinary. As the last layer of amber melted away, the egg didn't hatch, it transformed. The shell shifted and flowed like liquid silver, taking the form of a dragon unlike any recorded in magical history. Its scales shimmered with the same inner light that had pulsed within the egg, and its eyes held an intelligence that spoke of more than mere beast. The dragon spoke, its voice resonating not in the air, but directly in Marcus's mind. It revealed itself as Aurelius, a shape-shifting guardian created by Salazar Slytherin himself. But unlike the basilisk that Slytherin had hidden in the Chamber of Secrets, Aurelius had been created for a different purpose, to protect a powerful artifact that could drain Hogwarts of its magic. Slytherin, in his complex wisdom, had created the artifact as a failsafe, believing that if the school ever truly fell to those he deemed unworthy, its power should be stripped away. But he had also created Aurelius to ensure that such a decision would not be made lightly or without proper cause. The dragon's awakening had not gone unnoticed. A secret faction of pureblood extremists, calling themselves the heirs of truth, had been waiting centuries for this moment. They had passed down knowledge of the artifact through generations, biding their time until the Guardian emerged. Now, led by a charismatic but ruthless wizard named Corvus Blackthorn, they planned to use the artifact to cleanse Hogwarts of what they saw as impure influences. As Marcus delved deeper into the mystery with Aurelius, they discovered that the shape-shifting dragon wasn't alone. Through centuries of waiting, other dragons like him had been secretly living among the students and staff of Hogwarts, taking human form and watching for signs of the artifact's discovery. They revealed themselves to Marcus one by one, a librarian whose glasses flashed with metallic gleam, a groundskeeper whose shadow sometimes showed wings, a student whose laugh occasionally held a hint of smoke. The heirs of truth made their move during a winter storm that shook the castle's ancient walls. They had infiltrated Hogwarts through hidden passages, their numbers greater than anyone had suspected. But as they converged on the chamber where Slytherin's artifact was hidden, they found themselves facing not just one shape-shifting dragon, but an entire clan of them. The battle that followed was like none in Hogwarts history. Dragons in half-human form soared through the corridors, their magic far more precise and subtle than their wild cousins. The heirs fought with dark spells passed down through generations, but they had underestimated the true purpose of Slytherin's legacy. For in creating Aurelius and his kin, Slytherin had done more than make guardians. He had created beings who could judge the true worth of magic users beyond mere bloodlines. The artifact they protected wasn't meant to strip magic from the unworthy, but to reveal the worthiness in all who truly loved and respected magical knowledge. As Corvus Blackthorn reached for the artifact, a seemingly simple silver chalice Aurelius revealed its true power. The chalice filled with a light that spread throughout the castle, not draining magic, but illuminating the magical essence within every person it touched. Purebloods and Muggle-borns alike glowed with the same inner fire, their magic indistinguishable in its pure form. The revelation shattered the heirs' resolve. Some fled, their beliefs crumbling, while others stayed, forced to confront the truth that magic cared nothing for blood status. In the aftermath, as the castle settled back into its normal rhythms, things changed in subtle but significant ways. Marcus found himself appointed as liaison between Hogwarts' human population and its hidden draconic guardians. The shape-shifting dragons continued their watch, but now did so openly, teaching students that true magical heritage went far deeper than family trees. And Aurelius, no longer bound by secrecy, took up residence in a tower that had been specifically designed for him centuries ago, its architecture suggesting that Slytherin had always intended for the truth to be revealed when the time was right. There, he began teaching willing students about a kind of magic that transcended traditional spellcraft, the magic of transformation, of seeing beyond appearances, and of understanding that the greatest power lies not in purity of blood, but in purity of purpose. The amber that had preserved him for so long was gathered and studied, revealing properties that revolutionized magical preservation techniques. But its greatest lesson was metaphorical, like the prejudices it helped to expose. Even the hardest shells could dissolve when confronted with the warm light of truth. And so Hogwarts gained another layer to its many secrets, though this one stood proud in the light, rather than hiding in shadow. For in the end, Slytherin's true legacy wasn't one of division, but of wisdom sophisticated enough to know that sometimes the longest path to truth is the one most worth taking. Story 5. Aurora Blackthorn had always felt like a misplaced piece in the grand puzzle of Hogwarts. A Ravenclaw born to generations of Slytherins, she spent her evenings exploring the castle's forgotten corridors, seeking answers to questions her family refused to address. But on this particular night, as her wand light flickered across ancient stones in a previously undiscovered wing, she found far more than she had bargained for. The grimoire practically leapt into her hands when she passed the hidden alcove, its pages thrumming with dormant magic. Bound in what appeared to be shifting shadows rather than leather, the book bore no title, only an unfamiliar crest that seemed to absorb light. rather than reflected a phoenix rising from a lunar eclipse. As Aurora's fingers traced the mysterious symbol, the air around her grew heavy with centuries of untold secrets. The book's pages opened of their own accord, revealing text written in what looked like liquid starlight. In the beginning, she read aloud, her voice barely a whisper. There were 5. The discovery shook the very foundations of what she thought she knew about Hogwarts. The grimoire spoke of Quintus House, a 5th founding house of Hogwarts that had been deliberately erased from history. Its founder, Artemis Moonshadow, had developed a form of magic that drew power directly from the raw essence of reality itself, magic that existed before wands, before incantations, before the structured forms that modern wizards relied upon. But power so pure proved dangerous in its potential. The other founders, fearing what might happen if such knowledge fell into the wrong hands, had voted to seal away Quintus House and all evidence of its existence. Its students were redistributed, its territories hidden behind powerful wards, and its secrets locked away in grimoires like the one Aurora now held. As she delved deeper into the book's mysteries, strange things began happening throughout the castle. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall started showing constellations that had never existed. Portraits whispered in languages long forgotten. And most troubling of all, the ancient protective wards around the castle began to flicker like dying candles. It was during one of her late-night research sessions that Aurora met Thaddeus Malfoy. Unlike his predecessors, who wore their Slytherin heritage-like armor, Thaddeus carried his family name as though it were a heavy burden. He had been drawn to the library by the same mysteries that plagued Aurora, guided by a family prophecy that spoke of a time when the hidden path would reveal itself to those who bore the weight of ancient wrongs together. They discovered that the weakening wards were no accident. The magic of Quintus House, suppressed for centuries, had been slowly building like pressure beneath the earth. Now it sought release, and the creatures once bound by Artemis Moonshadow's power were beginning to break free. Shadow wraiths emerged from tapestries, ancient guardians awakened from their stone slumber, and the very air crackled with untamed magical energy. The situation reached a crisis point during the winter solstice, when the boundary between controlled and raw magic was at its thinnest. Aurora and Thaddeus found themselves racing against time to understand the true purpose of Quintus House before its released power tore Hogwarts apart. The answer lay not in containing the ancient magic, but in understanding why Artemis Moonshadow had created Quintus House in the first place. Through careful study of the grimoire and pieces of evidence scattered throughout the castle, they discovered that the 5th house hadn't been meant as a simple schoolhouse. It was designed as a bridge between the structured magic of wizards and the wild magic of the world itself. The other founders, in their fear of what they didn't understand, had unknowingly created the very danger they sought to prevent. By sealing away Quintus House, they had severed the connection that kept raw magic in balance with its refined counterpart. The problems now facing Hogwarts weren't caused by the release of Quintus magic, but by its centuries of suppression. As shadow wraiths filled the corridors and stone guardians marched through the halls, Aurora and Thaddeus made their way to the heart of the sealed house, a circular chamber beneath the astronomy tower, where 5 ley lines converged. The grimoire had led them here, its pages now blazing with the same energy that threatened to tear the castle apart. In that moment, Aurora understood what needed to be done. Quintus House couldn't simply be restored, it needed to be transformed. Just as she had found her place as a Ravenclaw from a Slytherin family, and just as Thaddeus had chosen to break from his family's darker traditions, the 5th house needed to evolve into something new. Together, they performed a ritual that didn't seal away the raw magic, but instead created new channels for it to flow through Hogwarts naturally. The shadow wraiths, rather than being banished, were transformed into guardians of these magical currents. The stone sentinels returned to their posts, now attuned to both forms of magic rather than just one. In the aftermath, Hogwarts changed in subtle but significant ways. While Quintus House wasn't formally restored, its principles were integrated into the curriculum of all 4 houses. Students learned not just to cast spells, but to understand and respect the wild magic that flowed beneath the surface of their more structured abilities. Aurora and Thaddeus became the first of a new kind of teacher at Hogwarts guides who helped students understand the balance between controlled and raw magic. The grimoire, its purpose fulfilled, transformed into a living record of this new magical understanding, its pages continuing to shift and change as new discoveries were made. The phoenix and eclipse crest of Quintus House could now be found in small details throughout the castle, a reminder that magic, like truth, couldn't be forever hidden, only transformed. And in the highest room of the astronomy tower, where the 5 ley lines converged, a new chamber was created. Here, students from all houses could come to study the delicate dance between wild and tamed magic, learning that true power lay not in controlling the forces of nature, but in understanding one's place within them. The story of the 5th house became not one of loss and suppression, but of rediscovery and evolution. And if sometimes in the quiet hours of night, students reported seeing ghostly figures in robes bearing the phoenix and eclipse crest, well, that was just another piece of Hogwarts' ever-growing tapestry of mysteries. Story 6. The ancient grimoire practically hummed with dark energy as Aurora Blackwood's fingers traced its leather-bound spine in the deepest corner of Hogwarts' restricted section. Moonlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting prismatic shadows across centuries-old pages as she carefully lifted the cover. The book's title, written in what appeared to be silvery blood, shimmered ominously: The Order of Shadow Guardians, a chronicle of Hogwarts' secret protectors. Aurora's heart skipped a beat. In her 7 years at Hogwarts, she'd never seen this tome mentioned in any catalog or reference guide. Yet here it was, seemingly waiting for her, calling to her blood the last blood of an ancient lineage she'd only recently discovered she carried. As she turned the first page, a wisp of shadow rose from the parchment, coalescing into the ghostly figure of a medieval witch. Who seeks the knowledge of the Shadow Guardians? The apparition demanded, her voice echoing with centuries of power. I am Aurora Blackwood, she answered, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Last descendant of Morgana Shadowweave. The ghost's eyes widened. Then it has begun. The shadows stir once more, and Hogwarts needs its guardians again. Before Aurora could respond, screams erupted from the castle below. Running to the library's arched window, she watched in horror as dark shapes emerged from the lower dungeons, writhing shadows that seemed to drink in the moonlight itself. Students and teachers fled before them, their spells passing harmlessly through the darkness. What you see is only the beginning, came a deep voice from behind her. Professor Thaddeus Knox stepped from the shadows, his dark robes seeming to absorb the surrounding light. Aurora raised her wand instinctively. Everyone knew the rumors about Knox's dabbling in dark magic. Peace, young guardian, he said, raising empty hands. I've been waiting for you to find that book. I was beginning to fear you never would. The ghostly witch nodded gravely. Thaddeus Knox has been holding back the shadows alone since your grandmother's passing. But the seals are breaking, and one guardian is not enough. Aurora's mind raced as pieces fell into place. Her grandmother's mysterious past, the strange lessons in shadow magic she'd received as a child, and now this book finding its way into her hands. What are those things? Manifested darkness, Knox explained, moving to stand beside her at the window. When the founders built Hogwarts, they needed a way to protect it from from the darkest of magics. They created the Order of Shadow Guardians, wizards, and witches who could use controlled darkness to fight the uncontrolled. But they also created a failsafe. The Umbral Vault, the Ghost interjected. A repository of pure darkness, designed to absorb any dark magic used against the school. But over centuries, it has grown too full, too powerful. Now it breaks its bonds, and if not contained, its darkness will consume not just Hogwarts, but all the magical world over the next days as shadows continued to seep from the castle's depths. Aurora trained with Nox in the forgotten arts of shadow magic. The ghostly witch who revealed herself as Alara Nightweave, first of the Shadow Guardians, taught her secret spells and forgotten incantations. She learned to bend shadows to her will, to step through darkness from one place to another, to see the threads of ancient magic that bound the castle together. But with each passing night, the darkness grew stronger. More students vanished into the shadows, only to emerge hours later with no memory of where they'd been. The castle's very architecture began to shift and twist, corridors leading to impossible spaces filled with writhing darkness. Through it all, Aurora discovered that Professor Nox was not the dark wizard everyone feared, but rather a man who had sacrificed everything to hold back the shadows alone. The darkness that clung to him was not corruption, but the mark of his constant battle. Their breakthrough came when Aurora discovered a hidden message in her grandmother's old diary, leading them to a secret chamber beneath the Great Hall. There they found the Umbral Vault, a massive obsidian sphere that pulls with contained darkness. The Founder's greatest work, Nox breathed, and their greatest mistake. They believed darkness could be contained forever, but they didn't understand darkness must be balanced, not imprisoned. As if in response to his words, the vault cracked further, releasing a wave of shadow that nearly overwhelmed them. But Aurora was ready. Reaching into her magical core, she called upon both the light and shadow within herself, the perfect balance her grandmother had trained her to maintain even before she understood why. The prophecy, Alara's ghost whispered, "The one who carries both light and shadow shall bind the darkness anew." Working together, Aurora and Nox began an ancient ritual. She channeled pure light while he directed the shadows, their magic intertwining in a complex dance of power. The castle itself seemed to respond, its ancient stones resonating with their spell. But the darkness fought back. Shadow creatures emerged from every corner, attempting to stop the ritual. Aurora saw moments from Hogwarts' past and future in the whirling darkness, battles fought, secrets hidden, sacrifices made. She understood then what the Founders had truly created, not just a school, but a nexus of magical power that needed both light and shadow to survive. At the ritual's climax, Aurora made a choice that would change Hogwarts forever. Instead of trying to contain the darkness, she embraced it, accepting it as part of the castle's nature. The Umbral Vault shattered completely, but instead of destroying everything, the darkness flowed into new patterns, becoming one with the castle's existing protections. In the aftermath, as students and teachers emerged from their shelters, they found Hogwarts transformed. Shadows still moved in the corners, but now they were guardians rather than threats. The darkness had been balanced, not banished. Aurora took her place as the newest Shadow Guardian, working alongside Professor Nox to maintain the equilibrium between light and dark. The ghostly Alara remained as an advisor, teaching new generations of students that true protection comes not from eliminating darkness, but from understanding its necessary place in the world. And if sometimes in the deepest night, students glimpsed shadows moving with purpose through Hogwarts halls, or saw their defense against the dark arts professor and the quiet Blackwood girl practicing strange magic in forgotten corridors well, That was simply part of the castle's new balance, a reminder that light and shadow must always dance together in the heart of magic itself. Story 7. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, where ancient magic twisted the very fabric of reality, Marcus Silverwine discovered something that should have remained hidden. The seventh-year Hogwarts student had ventured farther into the woods than any student before him, drawn by whispers in the wind and the pull of an ancient magic that seemed to call his name. Moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting ethereal shadows on a clearing where the trees grew in an unnaturally perfect circle. At its center stood a mirror unlike any Marcus had ever seen. Not even the fabled mirror of Arise could compare. This mirror's frame was crafted from what appeared to be liquid silver, constantly shifting and flowing like mercury, decorated with runes that changed their meaning with each passing moment. But it wasn't the frame that caught Marcus's attention. It was what he saw within. The reflection showed not his own face, but 1,000 different versions of reality, each one playing out like a parallel story. In one, he saw Hogwarts castle burning, the dark mark floating triumphantly above its ruins. In another, the school stood proud but transformed, its architecture twisted into something darker, more forbidding. Each reflection rippled into the next, showing countless variations of a world where Voldemort's victory had rewritten history. Fascinating, isn't it? The voice, ethereal and echoing, made Marcus spin around. There, hovering in the moonlight, was the gray Lady Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of the founder, whose ghost had haunted Hogwarts for centuries. But something was different about her tonight. She seemed more solid, more present, as if the proximity to the mirror had granted her a measure of corporeality. "What is it?" Marcus asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The mirror of diverging fates," Helena replied, drifting closer. "Created by my mother, though even she feared its power. It shows not what could be, but what is in other realities, other timelines where choices led down darker paths." As if responding to her words, the mirror's surface rippled violently. From one of the reflections, a creature emerged, a thing of shadow and nightmare, its form shifting between human and beast. Before Marcus could raise his wand, another emerged, and another, each one a twisted version of someone he knew from his own reality. "They're coming through." Helena's voice was urgent now. "The barriers between realities are weakening. Mother foresaw this. It's why she hid the mirror here, protected by the forest's magic." But now, a horrifying realization struck Marcus. The battle when Voldemort fell, the amount of magic released must have weakened the barriers. More creatures were emerging now, each one bringing with it a piece of its darker reality. The air grew thick with conflicting magics as the boundaries between worlds began to blur. In one horrible moment, Marcus saw Hogwarts castle in the distance flicker, as if uncertain which version of itself should exist. "There's a way to stop this," Helena said, her form growing more solid with each passing second. "Mother left instructions encoded in my memories. But I've never trusted anyone enough to share them until now." Over the next days, as reality itself seemed to unravel around them, Marcus worked with Helena to decipher a row in a Ravenclaw's ancient instructions. They discovered that the forest centaur herds had been guardians of the mirror for centuries, their astronomical knowledge key to understanding its power. Deep in their starlit glades, Marcus learned of an ancient order of dragons shapeshifters who had pledged their power to maintaining the barriers between worlds. But finding these dragons proved to be a challenge worthy of legend. Their mountain sanctuary was hidden by magic older than Hogwarts itself, protected by riddles that would have challenged Ravenclaw herself. Each step brought new dangers, as more creatures from dark realities slipped through the weakening barriers. Finally, in a cave high in the Scottish Highlands, they found them. The dragons were nothing like Marcus had imagined. In their human forms, They appeared as ancient scholars, their skin marked with shifting patterns that mirrored the constellations. In their dragon forms, they were creatures of pure starlight, their wings spanning the gap between realities. The dragon elders listened to their tale with grave concern. The mirror was never meant to be a window, the eldest said, her voice resonating with ancient power. It was created as a warning, to show the cost of darkness triumphant. But now it has become a door, and through it seeps the corruption of 1,000 dark victories. Together, they formed a plan. The dragons would use their power to strengthen the barriers between worlds, but they needed a focal point, someone to stand at the mirror and channel their magic back into its original purpose. It had to be someone who had seen the reflections, who understood what was at stake. It had to be Marcus. On the night of the winter solstice, when the barriers between worlds were naturally at their thinnest, they made their stand. The dragons took their true forms, circling the clearing in a dance of starlight and shadow. Helena hovered by the mirror, her presence anchoring it to the reality as Marcus stood before it, his wand raised. The dark creatures came in waves, each one bringing with it a piece of its corrupted world. Marcus saw versions of himself among them, darker selves who had made different choices, who had embraced the darkness rather than fighting it. But he stood firm, channeling the dragon's power through his wand and into the mirror. The battle reached its crescendo as the moon reached its zenith. The dragon's song filled the air, a melody that spoke of choice and consequence, of paths taken and paths denied. Marcus felt Helena's cold presence beside him, lending him the strength of centuries of guardianship. With a sound like shattering glass and mending hearts, the mirror's surface hardened. The reflections remained, but now they were just that, reflections, warnings, possibilities untaken. The creatures from other realities faded like bad dreams in morning light, returned to their own worlds by the restored barriers. In the aftermath, as the dragons returned to their sanctuary and the forest settled back into its ancient rhythms, Helena turned to Marcus with a smile that held both pride and sorrow. "You understand now, don't you?" she asked. Why Mother created the mirror, why it had to be protected. Marcus nodded, looking at his reflection, now singular, now true, to remind us that our choices matter. That darkness isn't inevitable. The mirror of diverging fates remained in its clearing, guarded now by a new generation of protectors. Students still whispered about strange lights in the forest on moonlit nights, and sometimes, if one listened carefully, they could hear the distant song of star-bright wings. And if anyone noticed that Marcus Silverwine spent more time talking to Helena Ravenclaw's ghost, or that his eyes held knowledge far beyond his years, well, that was just another of Hogwarts' countless mysteries. Another thread in the tapestry of choices made and darkness denied. Story 8. The skies above Hogwarts hadn't seen a phoenix in 3 years, 2 months, and 15 days. Lyra Phoenix Song knew this because she'd been marking each sunset in a leather-bound journal, where she sketched the empty skies in shades of amber and gold. Tonight, beneath a blood-red moon, she made another entry, her quill scratching against parchment in the highest room of the astronomy tower. But this entry would be different. A haunting cry pierced the autumn air, a sound not heard at Hogwarts since Fawkes's departure after the Battle of Hogwarts. Lyra's hand froze mid-stroke as golden light flooded through the tower window. There, silhouetted against the crimson moon, soared a phoenix. Its wings left trails of fire against the night sky as it circled the tower once, twice, 3 times before landing on the windowsill beside her. The creature's eyes, ancient and knowing, met hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. In that moment, Lyra understood why her grandmother, a phoenix keeper from the old country, had named her as she did. "You're the last one, aren't you?" she whispered, extending a tentative hand. The phoenix bowed its majestic head, allowing her fingers to brush against its crimson feathers. Heat radiated from the creature, not burning but comforting, like the warmth of summer memories in the dead of winter. "How touching," a cold voice drawled from the shadows. The last phoenix, finding its way to the last phoenix keeper's granddaughter. Almost poetic, wouldn't you say? Corvus Blackthorn stepped into the moonlight, his dark robes making him seem like a piece of night-given form. The silver mask hanging at his belt a relic of his days as a Death Eater caught the phoenix's glow, creating dancing patterns on the tower walls. Lyra's wand was in her hand before she could think, but Blackthorn made no move to draw his. Instead, he raised empty palms, his face grave. "I'm not here to harm either of you. I'm here to warn you." The phoenix mantled its wings, but remained by Lyra's side, its warmth intensifying protectively. "Warn me about what?" "They call themselves the Ashen Circle," Blackthorn said, his voice barely above a whisper. "A cult that believes the secret to immortality lies not in a phoenix's regenerative abilities, but in its death. They've been hunting them, performing a dark ritual that captures and corrupts the phoenix's rebirth cycle. That's why they've all vanished not dead, but trapped between life and death." Lyra's mind raced to her grandmother's teachings about phoenix lore. "That's impossible. A phoenix's rebirth can't be stopped. It can be suspended," Blackthorn countered, pulling an ancient scroll from his robes. "This text speaks of an artifact called the Eternity Glass, a vessel capable of containing a phoenix's rebirth cycle indefinitely. The Ashen Circle has been using it to harvest the very essence of immortality." The phoenix trilled softly, a mournful sound that made the stones of Hogwarts vibrate in sympathy. Lyra felt tears running down her cheeks, though she hadn't realized she'd started crying. "Why are you telling me this?" she demanded. "You were a Death Eater. Why should I trust you?" Blackthorn's face twisted with something that might have been regret. "Because I helped create the Eternity Glass. And because I've spent every day since then trying to undo that mistake. Over the next weeks, an unlikely alliance formed. Blackthorn's knowledge of dark artifacts, combined with Lyra's innate connection to phoenix magic, led them through ancient texts and forgotten corners of the wizarding world. The phoenix, whom Lyra named Aurora, never left her side, its presence a constant reminder of what was at stake. They discovered that the Ashen Circle planned their rituals according to lunar cycles, and with the approaching winter solstice, they would attempt their grandest ritual, yet one that would corrupt the very nature of death itself. But knowledge came with a price. The more they learned, the more the Ashen Circle's agents seemed to close in. Twice, they barely escaped attacks in Hogsmeade. Once, they found the tower room ransacked, Lyra's Phoenix lore journals reduced to ashes. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. While researching in the restricted section, they discovered that Lyra's grandmother had been more than just a Phoenix keeper. She had been part of a secret order dedicated to protecting the balance between life and death. Her journal, which Lyra had always assumed was filled with simple Phoenix observations, was actually encoded with the location of an ancient temple where the first Phoenix was said to have risen from the ashes of a dying star. The winter solstice found them deep beneath Hogwarts, in chambers older than the castle itself. Aurora's light-illuminated walls covered in spiraling patterns that moved like living flames. At the chamber's heart stood a circle of obsidian pillars, each topped with a basin of eternal fire. But the Ashen Circle was waiting. Dark-robed figures emerged from the shadows, led by a witch whose silver mask was etched with flames. The Eternity Glass floated before her, a crystalline hourglass filled with swirling golden fire. The "The cycle ends tonight," the witch declared. "When the last phoenix falls, death itself will bend to our will." What followed was chaos. Spells lit the chamber like a storm of falling stars. Lyra and Blackthorn fought back to back, his dark magic complementing her defensive spells in a deadly dance. Aurora soared above, her song a battle cry that strengthened their magic and weakened their foes. In the fight's climax, the Ashen Circle's leader shattered the Eternity Glass, releasing the trapped Phoenix souls in an attempt to bind them all at once. But she hadn't counted on Aurora, hadn't understood what it meant to be the last of something to carry not just your own power, but the legacy of all those who came before. Aurora dove into the maelstrom of released Phoenix souls, her form blazing brighter than ever. Lyra, acting on instinct passed down through generations of Phoenix keepers, began to sing an ancient Phoenix song her grandmother had taught her in childhood. The melody wove through the chamber, guiding the freed phoenixes as they spiraled around Aurora in a tornado of golden flame. When the light faded, the Ashen Circle lay defeated, their masks melted to slag. The eternal fires burned brighter than before, and where Aurora had been, a dozen phoenixes now soared, their wings painting the air with trails of light. They were never gone, Lyra realized, watching the majestic creatures spiral upward. They were waiting to be reborn together. Blackthorn stood beside her, his dark robes dusted with golden ash. Perhaps some of us were waiting to be reborn as well. In the years that followed, phoenixes once again graced the skies above Hogwarts. Lyra continued her grandmother's work, not just as a phoenix keeper, but as a guardian of the balance between life and death. And if students sometimes spotted a dark-robed figure sharing tea with their care of magical creatures professor in the highest room of the astronomy tower, well, that was just another of Hogwarts' many mysteries. For where there are phoenixes, there is always hope for redemption, always a chance for rebirth from the ashes of what came before. Story 9. The first sign that something was wrong at Hogwarts came when the great clock tower began to run backward. Professor Eleanor Timeweaver stood in her classroom, watching as the golden hands of the ornate timepiece on her wall spun counterclockwise with increasing speed. The movement caught her eye mid-lecture, the words of a basic levitation charm dying on her lips as she observed this impossibility unfold. Her first-year students, too young to understand the gravity of what they were witnessing, giggled as their pocket watches and time-telling devices went haywire. But Eleanor felt a deep chill settle in her bones, a sensation she hadn't experienced since her days researching temporal magic at the Department of Mysteries. That evening, a second-year Hufflepuff vanished during dinner. Not in the usual way students sometimes disappeared behind pillars for a bit of mischief, but truly vanished, fading from existence mid-bite, leaving behind only a half-eaten shepherd's pie and a confused owl that no longer had an owner. By midnight, 3 more students had disappeared, and the portraits in the castle began reporting strange anomalies. Sir Cadogan claimed he could remember battles he hadn't yet fought, while the fat lady insisted she could recall students who wouldn't be born for another century. In her quarters, Eleanor pulled out an old trunk she hadn't opened since accepting her position as charms professor 5 years ago. Inside lay the tools of her former trade, a chronometer that measured the flow of time itself, a handful of time-turner dust, and most importantly, her grandmother's journal, the last record of the Time Weavers. The Time Weavers had been a secret society of wizards and witches who understood that time wasn't a river flowing in one direction, but rather a tapestry of infinite threads that could be rewoven. They had worked in secret for centuries, maintaining the delicate fabric of temporal reality, until they mysteriously vanished during the First Wizarding War. As Eleanor flipped through the weathered pages of her grandmother's journal, a portrait on her wall cleared its throat. She looked up to find herself face to face with Rowena Ravenclaw, or rather, a forgotten portrait of the founder that had hung in her office since she discovered it covered in dust in a remote corner of the castle. "The threads are unraveling," Rowena's portrait said without preamble. "They seek to undo the weaving. Who does?" Eleanor asked, though dread pooled in her stomach as she anticipated the answer. "The temporal cauterizers," Rowena replied, her painted eyes flickering with ancient knowledge. "They believe that by preventing Hogwarts' founding, they can reset the course of magical history, create a world without the statute of secrecy, without the need for hiding." Eleanor's mind raced. The disappearing students, the backwards running clocks, these weren't random anomalies. They were symptoms of someone tampering with the very moment of Hogwarts creation. "How do I stop them?" "You'll need help," Rowena said, gesturing to the empty frames that lined Eleanor's office. One by one, they filled with ghostly figures, the spirits of Hogwarts past, each bearing witness to a different era of the castle's history. "We remember what was, what is, and what may yet be," whispered the ghost of a medieval witch. "We can guide you through the temporal currents, but you must act as the anchor over the next several days as more students faded from existence and parts of the castle began to turn transparent." Eleanor worked with the ghosts to uncover the hidden pathways of time woven into Hogwarts' very foundations. She learned that the castle itself was a temporal nexus, its construction site chosen specifically because it sat at the intersection of powerful temporal ley lines. The ghosts taught her forgotten forms of magic, how to read the ages of stones by touch, how to hear the echoes of conversations yet to happen, how to see the threads of time that bound all things together. With each lesson, Eleanor felt herself connecting more deeply with the ancient magic of the Time Weavers. But the temporal cauterizers were always one step ahead. Every morning brought new changes. The house tables in the Great Hall rearranged themselves into unknown configurations. Staircases led to rooms that shouldn't exist for centuries, and students found themselves remembering lessons they hadn't yet attended. The breakthrough came when Eleanor discovered a hidden chamber deep beneath the astronomy tower. Inside, she found a massive loom made of starlight and shadow, its shuttles moving of their own accord as they wove the very fabric of time. This was the chronoloom, the magical artifact used by the founders to anchor Hogwarts in both space and time. As she studied the patterns in the weaving, she noticed a flaw, a snag in the temporal fabric that grew larger with each passing hour. Through this tear, she could glimpse the temporal cauterizers, a group of wizards and witches at the moment of Hogwarts' founding, working to prevent the castle's cornerstone from ever being laid. Eleanor knew she had only one chance. Gathering the ghosts around the chronoloom, she began to weave. Her fingers flew across the threads of time as the spirits guided her, showing her how to repair the damaged tapestry of reality. Each ghost contributed a memory, a crucial moment in Hogwarts history that anchored the castle in the stream of time. The work was painstaking and dangerous. One wrong move could unravel centuries of history. Several times, Eleanor felt herself begin to fade as the timeline shifted, only to be anchored back to reality by the combined will of the ghosts. Finally, as dawn approached, she reached the crucial moment, the founding of Hogwarts. Through the temporal tear, she could see the cauterizers raising their wands to strike. But she was ready. With a complex motion learned from 1,000 years of ghostly memory, Eleanor wove a pattern into the fabric of time itself. The chronoloom hummed with power as the pattern took hold. The cauterizers found themselves bound by threads of temporal energy, their attempt to change history becoming part of the very history they sought to prevent. In a final twist of cosmic irony, their actions became the very reason the founders chose to build Hogwarts where they did to guard against future attempts to alter the flow of time. As reality stabilized, the missing students began to reappear, blinking in confusion as if awakening from a strange dream. The clocks resumed their proper rhythm, and the transparent sections of the castle solidified once more. In her office, Eleanor carefully packed away her grandmother's journal, but left it closer to hand than before. The portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw smiled knowingly. The Time Weavers were never truly gone, the founder's portrait said. They simply waited for the right moment to return. Eleanor touched the wall of her office, feeling the throb of temporal energy that now pulls through the castle like a heartbeat. She understood now that Hogwarts was more than a school, it was a guardian of time itself, and she was its newest protector. As she prepared for her morning class, Eleanor glanced out the window at the students crossing the courtyard below. They moved through streams of history without knowing it, their everyday actions weaving new threads into the grand tapestry of time. And above them all, the great clock tower kept its steady rhythm, marking the moments of a future that was once again secure. Story 10. The stars were going out. In the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, where countless generations of students had gazed up at the celestial tapestry above, constellations were vanishing one by one, leaving behind patches of unsettling darkness. Professor Orion Stormweaver stood alone in the vast chamber, his silver-streaked dark hair reflecting the diminishing starlight as he traced complex patterns in the air with his wand, muttering ancient astronomical incantations. The young astronomy professor had first noticed the anomaly 3 nights ago when Cassiopeia's chair had simply blinked out of existence. By sunset the following day, the Pleiades had vanished, leaving a void where the 7 sisters had danced for millennia. Now, as he watched, the 3 stars of Orion's belt, his namesake constellation, flickered ominously. They're not just disappearing, came a soft voice from the shadows. They're being devoured. Orion spun around, wand raised, to find a woman standing in the doorway. She wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with shifting constellations, her white blonde hair seeming to capture and reflect what little starlight remained. Her eyes held an ancient wisdom that belied her youthful appearance. "Who are you?" he demanded, though something in him already had known since the stars began to fade that he had been waiting for her. "Luna Starburn," she replied, stepping into the hall. "Last of the celestial guardians. And you, Professor Stormweaver, have been watching my failure unfold above your head." The way she spoke his name sent a shiver down his spine, as if she had known him in another life, another time. "Celestial guardians? I've never heard of such an order. Few have. We preferred it that way." Luna's eyes drifted to the ceiling, where another star winked out. "But now, with the awakening of the light drinker, secrecy must yield to necessity." "The light drinker?" Luna withdrew an ancient tome from her robes, its cover bound in what appeared to be dragon hide studded with tiny crystals that gleamed like captured starlight. An artifact created in the time of the founders. A fail-safe, they believed, should the magical world ever fall to darkness. They didn't understand what they were meddling with, that the stars themselves are the source of all magic. Orion's academic mind raced with the implications. "Are you saying that's why the constellations are disappearing? This light drinker is actually consuming the stars?" "Not the physical stars themselves," Luna clarified, her fingers tracing the patterns on the book's cover, "but their magical essence, their connection to our world. The founders built Hogwarts to be more than a school. It was meant to be a celestial anchor, a focus point for the magic that flows from the stars to our world. The enchanted ceiling isn't just a reflection of the sky. It's a channel, a conduit." A horrible realization dawned on Orion. And if the stars go out, all magic begins to fade. Already, the effects are beginning. Haven't you noticed spells requiring more effort? Potions losing their potency? He had noticed, but had attributed it to the approaching winter solstice, when magical energies naturally waned. How do we stop it? Luna's expression grew grave. The light drinker must be found and sealed away once more. But its location was lost centuries ago, and time grows short. That's why I sought you out, Professor. Your connection to the stars, your expertise in celestial magic, I need your help. As if emphasizing her words, the remainder of Orion's belt flickered and died above them, leaving another patch of unsettling void in the magical ceiling. The sight stirred something in Orion's heart, a calling he had felt since he first gazed through a telescope as a child. Where do we begin? Luna opened the ancient tome, its pages covered in astronomical charts and runic equations that seemed to shift and move like the stars themselves. We start with the original plans for Hogwarts. The castle holds secrets even the founders forgot, and somewhere in its walls lies a map to the Light Drinker's sanctuary. Over the next days, as more stars vanished from the enchanted ceiling, Orion and Luna delved deep into the castle's mysteries. They discovered hidden chambers in the astronomy tower, deciphered ancient runes carved into the very foundations of the school, and pieced together fragments of a cosmic puzzle left by the founders. Their research led them to understand that Hogwarts itself was built according to astronomical alignments, its very architecture mirroring constellations. The castle was more than a school, it was a vast magical instrument designed to channel and regulate the flow of celestial magic to the wizarding world. As they worked, Orion found himself drawn to Luna's otherworldly knowledge and quiet intensity. She moved through the castle as if she had walked its halls for centuries, her insights bridging the gap between astronomical theory and ancient magic in ways that transformed his understanding of both. Their breakthrough came on a moonless night, when the last stars of Ursa Major began to fade. In the restricted section of the library, they discovered a hidden prophecy written in starlight, visible only in complete darkness. When the bear falls from the sky, seek the path where serpent lies, beneath the lake of frozen glass. Where time and space and magic pass, the chamber of secrets, Orion breathed. But it was sealed after the Battle of Hogwarts. Luna's eyes gleamed in the darkness. The chamber we know was only the outer sanctuary. There's a deeper chamber, one that even Salazar Slytherin never found. The true heart of Hogwarts, where the celestial magic first touches Earth. Their descent into the depths of the castle was treacherous. Beyond the famous Chamber of Secrets, they discovered passages that seemed to defy normal space, where gravity shifted and time flowed strangely. Finally, they reached a vast circular chamber beneath the Great Lake, its ceiling a sheet of black ice that reflected what remained of the stars above. And there, suspended in a column of darkness that seemed to drink in what little light remained, hovered the Light Drinker, a sphere of obsidian shot through with veins of moving starlight, pulsing with stolen celestial energy. "We're too late," Luna whispered. "It's almost complete." Once it consumes the last star, the transformation will be irreversible. But Orion, staring at the artifact, understood something else. "No," he said. "The founders didn't create this to destroy magic, they created it to protect it. Look at the patterns of the absorbed stars. It's not drinking the light. It's preserving it." Luna's eyes widened as she saw what he meant. The stolen constellations weren't gone, they were being stored, transformed, waiting to be reborn in a new pattern. The Light Drinker wasn't a weapon, but a cocoon for the rebirth of magic itself. Together, they raised their wands and began an incantation that was older than Hogwarts, older than wizardry itself, a song of starlight and renewal, of endings and beginnings. The light drinker rose higher, its obsidian surface cracking, releasing the stored celestial energy in a cascade of light that flooded upward through the castle. In the great hall above, students and teachers gathered in awe as the enchanted ceiling blazed to life. The constellations returned, but they were changed brighter, closer somehow, more intimately connected to the world below. Magic itself felt renewed, transformed, as if awakening from a long sleep. Later, as dawn approached and the last of the restored stars twinkled overhead, Luna turned to Orion with a smile that held both joy and sadness. The celestial guardians were created to watch over this transformation, she said. Now that it's complete, my task is finished. What happens now? Orion asked, knowing somehow that things could never return to how they were before. Luna's form seemed to shimmer slightly, as if she too were made of starlight. Now, magic grows and changes, as it was always meant to. And you, Professor Stormweaver, have a new story to teach alongside the old constellations. As she spoke these words, her body began to fade, becoming translucent, then transparent, until only her voice remained, whispering, "Look for me in the stars, Orion." I'll be watching, and so, when students returned to their astronomy lessons, they found their professor changed his lectures, now filled with tales of not just the stars' positions and movements, but of their deeper magic, their ancient wisdom, and the night when the stars themselves were reborn. And on clear nights, some said they could see a new constellation in the sky above Hogwarts, the figure of a woman with flowing hair, forever dancing among the stars she helped to save.